the big leagues. Famed Wrigley Field. Throw by Montero. He got it. That ball is well hit. Forget about it. Man alive.
Even if you're a teammate of a guy this hot, you start to shake your head.
Ball gets away. Cespedes will score. The New York Mets have pushed the Chicago Cubs to the brink. It's a 3-0 series. Here in Chicago tonight for the New York Mets, a chance to advance to the World Series for the first time since 2000. While in Chicago, they hope it is the first step in an historic comeback in a best-of-7. And the key words, keep the faith. The 2015 National League Championship Series coverage on TBS, presented by Exxon and Mobil. It is Game 4 in the best-of-7 between the Mets and the Cubs, and it comes to you here on TBS. Good evening, everybody. I'm Ernie Johnson. Got the Iron Man Cal Ripken. You got Ron Darling here, and you've got a situation in which in the regular season the Cubs won all 7 meetings over the Mets, and in 5 of those games they never trailed. Well, in this series they have yet to win. They have yet to lead. They have not had a hit out of the leadoff spot in any inning. They haven't had a crooked number, and that 167 average with runners in scoring position actually higher than the team batting average of 158. The bottom line really seems to be, Cal and Ron, that every opportunity the Mets have been given by the Cubs, they've taken advantage.
Yeah, they're doing all the little things right, especially on the bases. Here, Cespedes hits a big jump and steals third. Huge move getting to third with less than 2 out. Then he takes a big lead over here, put a little pressure on it, and they score on a strikeout on a wild pitch. They're making it happen.
We were led to believe that the Cubs were going to be loose and tension-free. But in last night's game, when they needed it, they had a double clutch by Chris Bryant at third base. They had the left fielder Schwarber get handcuffed by this single by Cespedes. And finally, Rizzo made the decision to touch the bag before coming home. That lost the play on Murphy, and that was the 5th run and enough. And all of those little missed plays have now put the Cubs in this predicament.
Yeah, it's a 3-0 series. And look, here's the situation for the Cubs. They do not want to become the 3rd team in the wild card era to be swept in the NLCS. They would much prefer to be the 2nd team to ever come back from a 3-0 deficit and win a best-of-7. First pitch, Game 4, coming right up. We welcome you back to Chicago. National League Championship Series, Game 4. And again, we can take 72 degrees on an October night in the Windy City. Tonight's batting order presented by Exxon and Mobil. Pretty much used to this for Terry Collins' bunch. Curtis Granderson in the leadoff spot, then David Wright hitting second. Daniel Murphy. What a postseason. He hits third. Yoenis Cespedes in the cleanup spot, followed by Lucas Duda. Travis d'Arnaud. Michael Conforto, the left fielder. Wilmer Flores is the shortstop. And the Long Island product. Talk about a storybook night for Steven Matz, trying to pitch him into the World Series.
Well, Jason Hamill's first postseason start was Game 4 against the Cardinals in the NLDS. He trailed 2-0 after 2 batters. Stephen Piscotty, 2-run home run. He cannot afford to have that happen tonight. 218 big league starts. This is his biggest one he's ever had.
Yeah, setting the defense. You got Jason Hamill on the mound, throwing to David Ross behind the plate. Around the diamond, Chris Bryant, Javier Baez, Starlin Castro, and Big Anthony Rizzo over at first. And then the outfield, Dexter Fowler in center field, flanked by Jorge Soler and Kyle Schwarber in left.
Are you sure you got the defense right? I see Chris Bryant on the right side of the infield.
There he is.
As they shift, you see the big rookie over there in the grass in right field. Granderson leads it off and takes a strike.
So he plays outfield and he plays infield, but he's playing in between right there.
Playing short field.
That's right.
In the shift with Granderson there. Ball and a strike. That's Paul Emmel calling the balls and strikes tonight here in Game 4.
I'm really impressed with Granderson's discipline of not swinging at the up ball. Takes that for a strike most all the time. I mean for a ball. Yeah.
Remember last night, Granderson slapped one right at Javier Baez, who's the only infielder on the left side, and Baez was charged with an error. Granderson was then thrown out trying to steal. Fouled off at the plate. And we'll do that again.
This is the loudest I think it's been here. Right here in the first inning.
Well, being down 3-0, maybe it'll free up the Cubs and their fans.
Count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Granderson just 2 for 10 in the series, but in the postseason hitting .321. Has knocked in 7 runs and has made things happen for this New York offense. And through 3 games, when you look at the numbers, Mets 13 hits, 13 runs, 24 hits, and 1 error. Cubs 5 runs on 15 hits and an error. A 158 batting average for Chicago, 255 for New York. And the Mets have out-homered him. Slapped into left field. That's a base hit. Granderson around first. Schwarber hustles it in. And Granderson gets the Mets off on the right foot. Check in with Sam Ryan.
Well, Ernie, you alluded to Daniel Murphy earlier in the on-deck circle right now. He's homered in 5 consecutive postseason games, tying the mark set by Carlos Beltran back in 2004. Mets coaches tell me he is so locked in right now. He's always had the intensity, always been about the next pitch. Right now it's on a whole nother level. And Terry Collins said he attributes part of that to healthy legs for the playoff format. They have some off days. His legs are healthy. And get this. Prior to this run, the only time in his entire career he's homered in back-to-back games, once in his career, that was way back in 2009.
And he joined Carlos Beltran last night, sharing the mark for home runs in consecutive postseason games. Here's David Wright.
Well, look for Granderson to continue to play the aggressive style that the Mets have shown here in this series. Looking to steal a bag, looking to get in a scoring position. They feel like they're up 3-0. They can push the envelope a little bit.
David Ross, who's catching tonight, throws a little better than Miguel Montero.
But Montero did catch Granderson last night. There's a strike. David Wright's a guy, Ronnie, who struggled at the plate, had one big hit in that Dodgers series, but he's found the stroke.
Well, 3 hits last night. He's had a couple of good defensive plays. He's starting to round into form.
Didn't like that second strike call, though. Looked a little bit up. Now he's 0-2. I'm guessing the Cubs are going to counter this. They haven't held runners very well to this point.
Well,
but they knew how important those 3 mistakes or those 3 running plays yesterday mattered to them.
David Wright goes down swinging for out number 1.
Well, Hamill so far has been coming right after the Mets hitters. Mostly with fastballs. That was a slider.
Now, here was Daniel Murphy last night. A homer in 5 straight postseason games. Carlos Beltran did it for the Astros in 2004. He's got 6 home runs and 9 runs batted in this postseason. Popped up, foul territory. Bryant has a play. 2 down. By the way, he's been swinging the bat. That's like getting a reprieve from the governor.
Well, Hamill had an interesting season. He had a good first half. He hurt his hamstring. He was out for a while. Missed a couple of starts. But at the end of the season, he was one of those guys that when he was used by Joe Madden, if he didn't have his A game, he would take him out in the 4th or 5th inning.
Just a little over half the time he's using his fastball. A lot of breaking balls he mixes in.
You saw the breakdown on the Chevrolet pitch tracks as Yoenis Cespedes settles in. There goes Granderson. There's the throw by Ross, and Granderson is in there. Mets have a runner in scoring position here in the 1st. And Cubs starters in this postseason allowing 9 first-inning runs. And the Mets have a guy out there.
I'm sorry, really good jump. I got excited, Ernie. I'm sorry.
That's but quite all right.
He slid in with his foot. Yesterday, he was sliding in at first, got blocked off. His hand couldn't get there. He learned the lesson from yesterday, came in late and strong with his foot, got to the bag, beat the throw.
So he's out there for Cespedes, who's knocked in 7 runs in this postseason. He's got 3 RBIs in the series, hitting .308.
I was really surprised that Hamill didn't take longer on that first pitch. 2 outs, you want to steal to get into scoring position. On the strikeout to right, he held the ball for a long time, effectively froze Granderson, and then still made a pitch out of that freeze.
See behind in the count, Hamill countering with a little slider there against Cespedes. Cespedes, sliders that are left over the inside part of the plate. He creams.
2 balls, 1 strike. Granderson with the lead at second. And that stays low and away. 3-1.
I always thought he was a really good breaking ball hitter when they're in the strike zone. If they hang, they stay in a little bit. He doesn't miss those mistakes often. Has a hole with a good fastball up out over the plate, and he can't resist swinging at it.
Hamill looks in the on-deck circle, sees Duda, who's 3 for 24 in the postseason. And he's going to throw a 3-1 pitch here to Cespedes. Fooled him, 3-2.
Now that was a good breaking ball. Started out in the strike zone, kind of broke to the outside edge. And Cespedes still had a pretty good swing. You can see if that ball hangs inside, He's going to have a good and strong swing against it, but because it's outside, he misses it.
That's upstairs. That's ball 4, and they're at first and second.
Boy, executed perfectly. Hamill wanted to throw that high fastball, wanted Cespedes to chase. He did not.
It was the perfect location, perfect pitch, and I'm surprised he didn't swing. Held up perfectly.
See Baez coming in to talk to his pitcher Hamill. Why? He's going to let him know that they got to do a little more due diligence at second base, keeping Granderson close. Although with Duda up, shouldn't want to take any chances here. Let him swing the bat.
Yeah, not so critical with 2 outs as it would be with 1 out. The conversation could have been about the shift and maybe the responsibilities of covering third.
Lucas Duda waiting and takes inside 1-0. He does have a hit in the series. He's 1 for 6, but just 3 for 24 in the postseason with 13 punchouts. Trying to get the Mets on the board in the first. They're 5-1 in this postseason when they score first.
Well, Cal, you and I were watching in batting practice. Duda put on a display. Home run after home run as he's trying to find his timing.
Just easy power too, and the timing is in lifting your leg and putting it down at the right time. If you get excited a little bit, pick up your leg and you drift a little bit, then you're out in front and you have no choice but to put it down.
Fouled out of play. Duda hit 27 in the regular season. Knocked in 73 runs.
The difference is right there, guys. He got a pitch right down the middle of the hit, fouled it off.
He swung the bat better in the last couple games. Looks like he's starting to get his timing, that mechanism where he lifts his leg up at the right time.
Two balls and 2 strikes. And they're on their feet here at Wrigley.
As you can see, he'll throw the breaking ball anytime, can get it over, and it's a good one.
Just missed. And the count full.
Joe Madden, I think, thinks that a lot of these close pitches are going against him. But I think this pitch is definitely outside. You can tell by Ross's reaction. The catch and move back. It's just off the plate.
Start up the merry-go-round with runners at first and second. There they go, and this is fouled away.
Well, we saw Granderson in his at-bat with 2 strikes going the other way. Granderson's 9th 2-strike hit of the postseason. Looked like Duda was trying to go that way also.
I think he was protecting against the breaking ball. I think both of us up here were guessing he was going to come back with a breaking ball. And I think Duda was protecting against that and reacting to the fastball.
Once again, runners will be on the move on the 3-2 pitch to Duda. In the air to center field. Well hit. Fowler back. Home run. Lucas Duda. And it's a 3-0 New York lead in the first. Three for 24 in the postseason without a home run. And what a spot he picked.
He's got silly power. And this is just a swing, a line drive. Almost has some backspin on it. Carries all the way out of left center field. Almost dead center.
I don't think I've ever mentioned the guy's batting practice ever on the air in the postseason. But it was that great before the game. And he turns it into a home run during the game.
So impressive. One ball after the other. Leaving and hitting parts of this bleacher system that hasn't been reached in a while, sure.
Well, here's Travis d'Arnaud, and I tell you, we've talked about the first inning runs allowed by Chicago Cubs starters, but we've also talked about Joe Maddon's desire for his team to play with a lead. Put the other guy on the ropes a little bit as d'Arnaud goes the other way. This is deep to right center field, and this ball is gone. The Mets go back-to-back in the first. Happy hour at McFadden's.
This is a fastball up out over the plate. Good power the other way. And I'm guessing that's a Wrigley Field home run, because the dimensions is a little shorter out there,
especially in the power alleys.
In the power alleys and the gaps.
So Jason Hamill now has made 2 starts in the postseason. He's given up 3 home runs. And the Mets have enjoyed out-homering their opponents, 13-5.
Breaking pitch over to Conforto. Well, about a minute and 52 seconds ago, everybody here was on their feet, waving towels, screaming their lungs out. Then Duda went deep, and d'Arnaud followed.
We usually don't have these kind of shots till the 7th or 8th inning. They're already in the first.
Cal, what do you think as a hitter like Duda, and you have a regular season like he did, nearing the 30 home run plateau, and you know that's a major reason you are where you are? Where does the pressing aspect come in, and how does it feel tonight to deliver in a crucial game?
Well, I'm pretty sure the game scores pulled some of the pressure away. You know, it's one thing when you're not performing and you need to perform and you're losing. By being up in the series, he was able to work on his swing, start to feel good about it, and Ronnie was right. I mean, we were amazed at his batting practice today. So he's found something and brought it out into the game tonight, and what a way to start.
Well, here comes Wilmer Flores as there is first inning action in the Cubs bullpen. Travis Wood is up.
Starting pitcher's dream in the National League is that you're on the on-deck circle in the first inning.
That's where Steven Matz finds himself, and meantime Flores, the 8th Met to bat here in the first.
So what is it when he gets to bat in the first inning?
It means his team has scored a lot of runs.
So his dream is to be in the on-deck circle, but what happens when he goes to bat? Well, what's higher than that?
Higher than that is he gets a knock later to add on, and he can hit. I mean, this is exactly the opposite of the script that Joe Maddon needed for his ball club.
And I'm sure it's the exact script that Terry Collins wanted for his ball club.
Into left field, sinking. Schwarber cannot make the play. Conforto is going to be held up at third. They're at the corners.
Well, Kyle Schwarber misjudged this ball in left field. He was kind of in between and dove for it. I think it might have bounced off his chest, not his glove.
He had the one going back yesterday. He's tracking it right here. Hits off the wrist.
He had the one with Cespedes that got him in the wrist yesterday going back, and this one hits him on the wrist coming in.
Yeah, that ball was really scorched last night. He had to go back on, and this one, as he charged, couldn't make the play. And here is Steven Matz with runners at first and third.
All this young man did in his debut against the Reds this year is go 3 for 3 with 4 RBI. He can hit.
There goes Flores. There's the throw. It's high. And Flores is safe. And he looked like he took a shot in the head from Baez as he went high to corral the throw from Ross.
Oh, yeah, the left leg of Baez catches him on the side of the face. You know, once Baez reached down to tag him, though, Conforto on third base could have taken off if he'd read that play correctly and scored.
And we keep in mind as we see this, and don't know obviously the severity of it at this point, but Ruben Tejada, who was the starting shortstop in the first 2 games of the division series and went out after the collision with Chase Utley. Flores, who started a lot of games at shortstop this year, became the everyday postseason shortstop, and he's going to stay in there. They brought Matt Reynolds up, who has never played in a big league game and has been on the bench since that time. But Flores going to shake it off and take his lead from second. The count to Matz is 0-2.
That was a heck of an emergency swing.
So the Mets now have a couple stolen bases in this first inning. In the regular season, 3 times, you mentioned 51 stolen bases, only 3 times did they have multiple stolen bases in a game.
Ball in the dirt that Ross kept in front. And that made everybody in the ballpark shudder, thinking back to the tie-breaking run last night on the Trevor Cahill breaking pitch in the dirt that got by Montero and allowed Cespedes to make it a 3-2 game on the strike 3 to Conforto. That ball is hit to right. Soler back over there near the line, hauls it in. But the Mets bat around in the first. Duda, 3-run shot. Darno reaches the seats. 4-0. Tonight's batting order for the Cubs presented by Exxon and Mobil. Dexter Fowler again leads off. Soler in the 2-hole, then Chris Bryant, Anthony Rizzo, Starlin Castro, the second baseman, Kyle Schwarber, who homered here last night in the left field. Then it's Javier Baez, Jason Hamill, the pitcher hitting in the 8-hole, and David Ross bats ninth. Steven Matz on the mound for New York.
4-0 during the season. Had one postseason start against the Dodgers, lasted 5 innings. There's his numbers from this year. You can't get any better than to have your team leading in a series 3-0, and your team scores your 4 runs in the first inning. I mean, this would be the best possible scenario for a rookie pitcher.
Rookie pitcher from Long Island, 24 years old, trying to pitch the New York Mets into the World Series.
But the Cubs this year against rookie starting pitchers during the regular season, 30-10.
The Cubs haven't faced Matz, and normally there's an advantage to the pitcher, especially the first time around.
What a play at first by Lucas Duda, wins the race. The big guy sprawled to make that stop on the line. 1 down. Easy hits a 3-run homer, makes a sparkling defensive play here in the bottom half.
You see him get a good jump on that ball, almost moved towards the line, came over, make a nice diving play. It was interesting, even when he wasn't hitting, he was playing a really good first base.
What did Joe Madden say the other day? The Mets are playing outrageous. Another outrageous play.
Breaking pitch over from Matz. It's 0-1. He's 24 years old. Made his big league debut on June 28th. And he's got that in the arsenal too.
Good changeup, breaking ball, throws 95 plus. Missed some starts when he first came up, made 2 starts, then had a pulled lat muscle that took him out for 2 months.
Makes quick work of Jorge Soler. 2 up and 2 down. Matt Weiner again with us tonight on the field. What's up, Matt?
Hey, EJ, another painful start for the Chicago Cubs. You mentioned it. Joe Madden has been telling us for a couple of days his team has been so good all year at grabbing early leads and running with them. But since the wild card game in which they shut out the Pirates, this is the 8th straight game in which the Cubs have trailed. They're the first team to trail in 8 straight in a single postseason since 2011. Awfully difficult to win series when you dig that kind of a hole.
Right you are. There's 96, by the way, from Matz. There's a Chris Bryant that missed. 2-0.
Are you noticing the flames on the screen? Have you seen that, Ernie?
I know it's your favorite part of the telecast.
95,
that
96.
And when Curtis Granderson slides into second feet first.
That did get me excited, didn't it?
You went up an octave on me on that play. 2 balls and a strike. He's got life, doesn't he?
Yeah, late call there by Paul Emmel, but it was a strike right at the top of the strike zone.
David Wright had one of those called on him in the first inning.
3 up, 3 down. 2 via the K for Steven Matz. We head to the second. Top of the second. Here at Wrigley Field. Hey, wasn't Curtis Granderson just up?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he leads it off here in the second after the Mets batted around and scored 4 times in the first off Jason Hamill. And as usual, Granderson got it started with a single and a stolen base, scored the first run. Big blow was Lucas Duda's 3-run homer. This is in the air to left, and Schwarber makes the play. Some Mets fans here with the play on Back to the Future Day, and in the movie, I guess the second Back to the Future 2, the Mets won the World Series, or the Cubs won the World Series in 2015, and so that has certainly been one of the stories circulating surrounding this series, and now the Cubs find themselves in a 3-0 hole, trailing 4-0 here in Game 4.
During the regular season, usually you're allowed a little bit of a leash as a starting pitcher. Jason Hamill pitching, Travis Wood in the bullpen.
Yeah, he was up and throwing still in the first inning as David Wright takes that outside. 2-0. Joe Madden used all but one reliever last night. Fernando Rodney, the only one who didn't get in the game.
It looks like a David Wright swing. 2-0, not trying to pull it. Drive the ball to the right center field gap, and he's thinking the other way. That's where he hits.
Wright struck out his first time. In fact, Jason Hamill was within a strike of getting out of that first inning unscathed.
Cespedes took that pitch up, which ordinarily, or at least what I've seen, he swung at. Stayed off of that, kept the inning alive.
Payoff pitch, misses. 1 out, walk to right.
There's a 3-2 changeup, and that'll be it for Mr. Hamill. Left-hander Murphy coming up. Travis Wood will be coming in.
In the division series against the Cardinals, Hamill had 1 start, pitched 3 innings. And here in Game 4 of the NLCS, he gets 4 outs. And he departs in a 4-0 game. Let's take a look at tonight's playmakers presented by Chrysler. This afternoon in the ALCS, Blue Jays aren't ready to be finished. 7-1. They beat the Kansas City Royals. Great start for Marco Estrada. Setting up a game 6. Back at the K.
David Price can surely remove all that postseason woes in one start for the Blue Jays as Travis Wood comes on the pitch the 3rd time in this series. You know that feeling. Awful for Hamill.
First guy Travis Wood faces is Daniel Murphy. First pitch swinging, and that is just out of play. Murphy popped out to third his first time. Came in hitting .364, 12 for 33 in the postseason with 6 home runs and 9 runs batted in. You're just joining us. Has homered in 5 straight games coming in, which ties the postseason record held by Carlos Beltran of the Astros in '04. So, Cal, I'm sure you've been asked, and I've been asked, and Ron, you have. So what's gotten into Daniel Murphy? How do you explain a run like this in the postseason?
Just getting hot at the right time. I don't know whether the power numbers are the ones that it's hard to explain. I guess in my time, Mattingly was a good hitter all the way around. Then all of a sudden he started to come into his power, and he went on a streak of hitting homers in 8 straight games in the regular season. But he's locked in with long ball, which is usually, you can get hits and you can get locked in, but not with the homer like he's hit.
And you saw the line drive to left field with 1 out to put runners at first and second.
He's got good balance, stays on the ball, very short, compact swing.
Terry Collins was telling us today with Kevin Long and Pat Rustler, the 2 hitting coaches for the Mets, they've been trying to get Murphy to use more of his lower half. And with the days off, his legs have gotten better and he's gotten a little stronger.
So Murphy at first, right at second. Cespedes, who walked his first time at the plate. And Wood throws him a strike, 0-1.
Seen a lot of fastballs from Travis Wood, but like I said, this is his 3rd time pitching in this series. We'll see how much he has left tonight.
9 strikeouts, no walks in his postseason work. And he's ahead of Cespedes. No balls and 2 strikes. Mets trying to add on to what's already a 4-0 lead. And the 0-2 stays upstairs. Ball and 2 strikes to Cespedes, who since coming over to New York, and they made that great run at a 20-8 August, and hit 17 home runs, knocked in 44 runs, and on the season between the Mets and the Tigers combined, a 35 home run season, career high, and knocked in 105. But boy, did he jumpstart that New York attack. And once that started, Ron, and that snowball effect, and that, you know, when you're on a team like that and a guy comes in, there's almost contagious, isn't it?
I think that when you're a good player, when you get a great player at the trading deadline. It just picks up the entire team. It's like, oh, the organization is behind us 100%. We're making a run. We're going to get serious about this.
Well, it puts everybody else into their slot. He's taking the big bopper slot. Somebody else is out of that slot
now. He takes a call third from Travis Wood for the second out here in the second. And that brings up Lucas Duda. StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services. The first home run of this postseason for Lucas Duda, who hit 27 in the regular season and had struggled at the plate. But that gave New York a 3-0 lead against Jason Hamill. Breaking pitch stayed inside, 1-0.
It wasn't a towering home run, more of a line drive variety that just kept carrying to center field. That fastball pitcher got in a fastball count. Duda was looking for a fastball, had a good swing, just fouled it straight back.
Well, that's the thing about Lucas, is that he doesn't have to pull the ball in this ballpark. He's got tremendous power to left center, especially against the left-handed pitcher. You can see Fowler, center fielder, shading that way.
The 1-1. 2 balls and a strike. So Duda and d'Arnaud going back-to-back in the first inning. And you're wondering when was the last time that the Mets had back-to-back homers in a postseason game. Go back to the '88 NLCS. Go back to Game 4, just like tonight. Darryl Strawberry, Kevin McReynolds.
I would have guessed Darryl Strawberry. I forgot about Kevin McReynolds.
Right at second, Murphy at first. Inside to Duda, and the count full.
Well, Wood has not been able to get his breaking ball over, so you would think that Duda's going to see a fastball here.
Remember with Duda, his home runs came in bunches.
Wright will take off from second, Murphy from first.
Well, that's 2 pitches he's just missed from Wood in this at bat.
To your point, Cal, on the bunches, and Hal Galima has it broken down for us here in the booth. May 21st to 29th, 6 homers. July 25th to August 2nd, 9 homers. September 25th to 29th, 5 homers. And he homered here in the first tonight. That's a base hit into right center field. That's going to go in the gap, and it's going to score 2. And Duda has 5 runs batted in, and we're still in just the second inning. We're going to have to start giving away free stuff over there.
I'm just thinking I should have said RBIs in bunches.
Yeah, there you go. He hit that ball so hard that the shift barely moved. No one knew what to do.
And the ball normally doesn't travel that far in the air. Look where it hits. It splits the outfielders and gets into the gap.
I remember in the day when there was AstroTurf fields, you would see those kind of hits. That ball hit so hard, it reached the gap.
Six runs for the Mets, all with 2 outs. And here is d'Arnaud. Boy, are they taking some hacks. This is what happened in the first after Duda's 3-run shot.
Boy, he knew right away after he hit it. Already saw Darno go off the apple in Citi Field and out to right center.
That'll be out of play down the right side. Hard to be hopeful if you're a Chicago Cub fan. But it's all you got right now is to hope they can make some kind of a comeback against Steven Matz and this New York Mets team that is bound and determined to get to the World Series for the first time in 15 years.
Takes a lot of wind out of the fan sails, but also if you're playing behind 6-0.
And there is strike 3 to Darno. And that'll do it, but another productive inning for the New York Mets. They add on 2 more. It's 6-zip. Tonight's forecaster presented by FanDuel. Yep. Those are the odds. Cubs having to channel their inner 2004 Boston Red Sox. And it was a guy at the plate right now, Anthony Rizzo, who said last night, look, there was a New York team that blew a 3-0 lead. Let's make it the other New York team that does that too. Red Sox beating the Yankees after trailing 3-0 in 04.
Well, the story brewing for the Mets is not only the 6 runs that they put on the board, but we showed you Juan Lagares in center field. Yoenis Cespedes out of the ball game. Get some news on that for you hopefully soon.
Have to assume an injury.
And we will let you know as soon as we know. Up the middle softly. Flores in the dirt. Duda with a pick. One down.
Gets sawed off pretty good. Jams the ball over Flores, catches and gets rid of it quick, but look at Duda.
I imagine that can have some spin on it that could be a little funky, Cal.
Normally when it hits off the end of the bat, it produces a spin. When it's jammed, not so much. Occasionally you'll have all pine tar on it, though, from where the ball hits the bat that low on the bat.
Another nice pick by Lucas.
There's a strike to Starlin Castro. Tapped up toward third. That's going to be foul. No balls and 2 strikes.
You know, Joe Madden talking about those secondary pitches from the Mets guys. Matz starts Rizzo off with a curveball. They've never seen him. Buckles him a little bit. Which sets up his 95-mile-an-hour fastball in the inside half.
You know, it's one of the things as we met with Joe Madden today. I said, boy, it would be nice to get a leadoff hitter on. Get a hit out of the leadoff spot to start an inning. Now they're 0 for 27 in this series. And that got him. Got him, and he swung.
Well, I don't think there's anything worse to that for a hitter, is they get hit in the foot with a curveball down and in, but you go around on the swing and it's called by the first base umpire, so add insult to injury.
It tells you how sharp the breaking ball is. He's committing on the swing. Still breaks and hits his back foot.
I mean, at some point, if you're the Cubs and you're sitting on the bench, you're like, where are the Mets getting all of these pitchers?
Two balls and no strikes to Schwarber.
Here's power against power right here. No doubt he's going to throw a fastball. With this lead, this count.
Give us some flames there, Iron. 95. 3-0. Steven Matz with 3 strikeouts. The first 5 guys he's faced. And working with a 6-0 lead. To center field. Lagares right there. Had him played perfectly. Another 1-2-3 inning for the rookie left-hander. We head to the 3rd. welcome you back. Our replay producer Jeff Randolph loves 2 months out of the year. February because of the Daytona 500, and October because it's Chevy Truck Month. Time to make a strong decision like choosing a Chevy Silverado. Chevrolet is proud to be the official vehicle of Major League Baseball. If you're just joining us, you've missed a bunch. New York Mets looking for a sweep of the Chicago Cubs. Score 4 in the first, 2 in the second, and we move to the third, and Michael Conforto takes from Travis Wood.
So the Mets now have 2 hitters that have had 5 RBI games in the post. Curtis Granderson against the Dodgers, and now Lucas Duda tonight.
Start to get the idea how explosive this offense can be.
Still going to be interesting to find out about Cespedes, because you mentioned, Cal, when he was brought here, it just lengthened that entire lineup.
Well hit, left center field, and Dexter Fowler makes a fine sliding catch for the first out.
That ball hit so hard, Cal, it stayed up for Fowler.
Yeah, carried a little further. Conforto's saying, what can I do to get a hit? Hit the ball on the screws. They're making plays on me. He tracked that really well.
I always find the outfielders on those kinds of plays, the good ones, they start to run a little lower, so they almost get their eyes closer to where the ball's going to be, a little easier to make the play.
Wilmer Flores singled his first time. Well, Joe Madden had said, look, we can't look at this. Well, the first thing he said was, I'm glad this isn't a best of 5 when they were down 3-0. He said, you can't think about winning 4 in a row. You got to think about 4 one-game winning streaks. But they have really put themselves in a tough spot here in game 4, giving up 6 early runs.
Well, we've seen in this series is that Lester and Arrieta, they can match up with the Mets pitchers, but the Cubs don't have the depth to match up with them over the first 4 games of the series so far. I think all they were trying to do is somehow find a way to win this ball game tonight, to get it back to Lester, to get it back to Arrieta.
There is John Lester, who would get the ball in a game 5 if the Cubs are able to rally.
Boy, Cal, the Mets hitters look very comfortable in the box, don't they?
No, I mean, I was just thinking that is they have the luxury of relaxing, and the key to hitting is relaxing and letting it happen. I was looking at the Chris Bryant's face as they shot a close-up of him. You know, the reality starts to set in that it's hard to come back from 6-0, and you want to remain hopeful and say, okay, we have the offense to do it. But each time you go to bat and each time that you come away without a run, reality starts to set in.
No crooked numbers for the Cubs in this series.
Line foul, and the reality, another reality, Cal, is that in their postseason history, never have the Cubs come back from a deficit of 4 more runs. Ninth pitch of this at bat from Wood to Flores, and he walks him here in the 3rd. Let's go down to Matt Weiner. Matt?
E.J. Travis Wood has been a starter throughout his major league career, but in May the Cubs moved him to the bullpen. He admits it got him straightened out, but he still hasn't fully embraced the role. He says he plans to work out as though he's going to be a starter again next season.
All right, thank you, Matt. Steven Matz at the plate, ready to lay one down. Pulled it back and took a strike, 0-1. Matz handles the bat pretty well and ended the first inning when the Mets batted around with a fly ball to right that Soler had to chase down.
Step off move from Wood almost worked on Flores.
Wilmer Flores, the guy who thought he was going to be traded at the trade deadline, and memorable images on the television as he shed a tear on the field. Turned out the deal fell through. He stayed a Met. That ball is off the mitt of David Ross, and here's the throw to second, and Flores is a dead duck.
Yeah, Ross mishandles this, just comes out of his glove, but he's quick to get to the ball and shows off a strong arm throwing behind home plate to nab Flores.
And this is not going to be good for David Ross. And he knows that it's not going to be good for David Ross.
2 outs, 2 strikes, said by Rizzo. My bad.
Well, that's the smiles you're used to seeing from the Cubs. They play loose and they're winning. It's good to see they can still smile right now.
Well, Rizzo's a guy over there at first who it's not uncommon for him to say something out of the blue to a guy like Castro on a pop-up in the infield. Watch out for that couch. Now there is strike 3. And that does it for the Mets. But they lead it by 6.
As a veteran catcher, you can have one of those moments that you'd love to forget because you made it unforgettable. After the second strike, he ran off the field, tossed the ball into the stands. He needed it back, though, because there was only 2 strikes on Matz, and brought it back into play.
You know David Ross at all. You know what an engaging personality. You know how funny he is and how he keeps players on that team loose. So he can give it out. He can take it, too, and he'll get some for that.
Did you see George Will down there? He had a little befuddled look on his face as well. It's the first time I've seen that from him.
Javier Baez grounds it foul.
Say what happened on that play. You know, when Ross threw out Flores at second base, he thought Matz had offered at that on the bunt, so he thought that was the second strike, and then the changeup down he thought was the 3rd strike. So honest mistake, good TV.
And that's what it's all about.
That's right.
Austin Jackson has not played in the series yet. Has a bat, will pinch hit for Travis Wood.
There's Clayton Richard up in the bullpen. Boy, these relievers have gotten a lot of work, especially in the last 2 days for Joe Maddon's Cubs. 7 pitchers used in last night's game.
On the ground to third. David Wright got him by a half a step. Official caps, hoodies, jackets, and more. Celebrate with your favorite team at the MLB.com shop. Well, Austin Jackson was never announced. He was in the on-deck circle. Travis Wood.
With no one on base, let Wood hit here. 2 reasons. One, you don't want to waste him, put him back there in the mound. Second, he's probably one of the better hitting pitchers in the National League. Regular season doesn't show his numbers, but if you look at his totality of his career, he's always been a good hitter.
Yeah, that 3 for 30 didn't make him a good hitter.
Yeah.
The word we get on Yoenis Cespedes, sore left shoulder. That's why he left the game early.
Didn't make any plays. Didn't dive anywhere. Didn't slide anywhere, did he?
Right back to Matz for the second out. Matz has set down every Cubby that he has faced here in his first postseason start.
You know, we saw that in the Mets-Dodgers series with Yasmani Grandal. Is that a lot of these players are nursing some injuries that they've had all season long, and sometimes they flare up.
I was thinking about the stolen base at third last night.
I misspoke too. This is first start of this series for Matz, but of course made a start against the Dodgers in the NLDS. And David Ross steps in. Matz had never been to Wrigley Field. Billy saw it the other day with a workout and could not wait to get the chance to take the mound in this famed ballpark. And he walks the number 9 hitter, David Ross.
Well, I'm all for using your secondary pitches, but 3 breaking balls used in that at bat by Matz against David Ross just cannot happen when you have a 6-run lead.
Yeah, started off with a breaking ball from a 1-0 pitch. Now you're 2-0. You got to throw a strike. Didn't throw a strike on 2-0. And then wants to throw one down the middle. So the walk was really created by the first two choices.
Top of the order now. Dexter Fowler takes a strike. Fowler almost snuck a ball past Duda down the first base line his first time, but Duda left his feet, made the play, and won the race to the bag. And this one's right at Duda again. And that does it for the Cubs in their half of the third. Daniel Murphy and the top of the order coming up. The 2015 National League Championship Series coverage on TBS is presented by Exxon and Mobil. Be honest that I don't think many folks through 3 games saw this coming, a 3-0 lead for either side, and nobody saw this coming either. It's 6-0 as we head to the 4th. Curtis Granderson will lead it off, and this was Granderson last night going against the shift and again tonight, Cal.
Yeah, concerted effort to try to hit the ball through that shift on that side. The last one was in the air, and so I don't know if that counts as working against the shift. But he has shown bunt early. He has countered with that shift, and he's actually directed the ball to left field.
He comes to the plate for the 3rd time, and we're just in the top of the 4th there at Wrigley.
A lot of use of Clayton Richard in the postseason. His 6th game. Appeared in 22 games for the Cubs this year, including 3 starts.
He's throwing the ball well.
Granderson singled his first time, stole a base. Was able to trot home on the 3-run shot by Lucas Duda. Flied out to left in the 2nd. Chevy pitch tracks in the arsenal for Clayton Richard.
It's like Travis Wood, mostly fastballs.
A little blooper behind short. Baez over there says he's got it, and he does. One down. Well, it was a jackrabbit start for the guys in that dugout. The Mets jumping all over Jason Hamill for 4 runs in the first inning, all with 2 out. Hamill was a strike away from getting out of that jam with no damage. And then Duda took him deep, followed by d'Arnaud. And a couple of more 2-out runs in the second as he runs it inside to David Wright and missed 2-0. On the ground to short. Baez throws across. 2 up and 2 down. Well, here comes that man, Daniel Murphy. Has another hit tonight. A run scored. And comes in with home runs in 5 straight postseason games.
Maybe this is the best way to try to get Murphy out. His 3rd at bat, 3rd pitcher faced.
I just get quiet now and watch him because I'm anticipating another homer.
What's amazing too is you look at some of the newspaper clippings, etc., and some of the reporting about Daniel Murphy and the fact that he is a free agent at the end of the year, and how the tenor of some of those articles has changed here in recent days. Well, maybe here's a way the Mets can make this work. Even been talking there about the rival Yankees making a push for him.
Well, it is a New York tabloid town, so they're definitely going to raise some issues about the Murph with the postseason that he's having.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and he stays alive.
What's he saying to himself right now?
That was a tough pitch from Richards. I don't know.
Either he has a conversation with the umpire about the pitch or a conversation with himself.
He's always talking. Terry Collins says he talks hitting all day long.
And there is another base hit for Murphy. 14 base hits in this postseason. 14 for 36. Seven for 15 in this series. Go ahead, Cal.
Yeah, they just talk about staying inside the ball. It's a nice short swing, waits till the ball gets there, shoots it to the opposite field.
But you hear him talk about seeing the ball well. And Cal, just explain that. Sometimes what it's like when you're seeing the ball well as opposed to when you're struggling. It
seems like the ball's in slow motion. It seems like it's really quiet when you're at home plate, and the ball just tumbles towards you. And even though you might be thinking that there's a fastball, all of a sudden you say, hey, that's a breaking ball. I think I might swing. It seems to happen that way.
But what's interesting about it is that after these games for Murphy, he's been asked by numerous reporters about his hitting, and he's had a hard time talking about it because there's like an unwritten rule for hitters. If you're hot, you don't really want to talk about it too much. You want it to just stay where it is.
You don't want to examine it. You don't want to think about it anymore. You want to get back to the plate and just do what you're doing and hopefully ride out your hot streak as long as you can.
It's funny in this game, the only time you start to go and examine yourself and change things are when you're struggling. And then when you're going well, you never really take a look at that and try to understand why you're hitting so well or pitching so well. You just, like it's a superstition. You just want to let it flow.
Well, I can tell you, I examined and analyzed everything that I did, and I found it didn't help when you were hot.
Juan Lagares took a called third strike. Middle of the fourth, game 4. We welcome you back. If there is a game 5, it would be tomorrow here at Wrigley, 8 o'clock on TBS. With coverage beginning at 7:30 with the pregame show presented by Chrysler. But right now, it's the New York Mets in control in what could be a clincher. Seeking a sweep over the Cubs, and 6 early runs have them sitting pretty.
Matz is on a pitch count tonight, isn't he?
85 or so.
So he's about 40, 42 now.
This is 45 right there.
They'd love to see him get through the 6th inning, but they're not going to push him. Matz had Tommy John surgery early in his professional career, missed almost 2 seasons.
There's a fair ball by Soler. First hit for the Cubs. And he pulls into second with a leadoff double. Moments ago, Sam Ryan. Mets manager Terry Collins.
Terry, we're hearing sore left shoulder for Cespedes. What happened and what do you know about the severity at this point?
Well, he just came in. He said he hurt his left shoulder and then he couldn't lift it. So the trainer came down and said, listen, Cespedes can't play. His left shoulder's bothering him, so I took him out.
And that's all you know at this point?
That's all I know at this point, yeah.
As far as Lucas, you told us that once he gets going, if you get him going, you guys could be golden. got him going tonight with him? How much of it is confidence?
Well, it's all confidence with him, Sam. He's, you know, he's one of those guys that, you know, when he struggles, he kind of beats himself down. But when he's going good, you know, he's nice and loose and swings the bat like he has so far tonight.
Thanks a lot, Terry.
Yeah.
Thanks to Terry Collins and Sam Ryan. And that's fouled back by Bryant. We've been talking about the futility of the offense for the Chicago Cubs leading off innings. That double by Soler, broken 0 for 28. There's Cespedes, and still don't know the nature of that injury, and Terry Collins unable to shed much light on that, just that he couldn't raise it. But if you think about a clinching prospect tonight for the New York Mets, there would be time to rehab before the start of the World Series.
I'm trying to figure out whether it was a swing or a slide. Everything seemed to be okay. Maybe in the at-bat he took the called strike.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Bryant, who struck out his first time. Matz has struck out 3. He's walked 1 and allowed 1 hit. Cubs trying to get on the board, down 6-0, and that breaking pitch missed. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
The second time around, they've got a chance to look at him the first time. They're taking some good swings. Must have some pretty good tail on that fastball right there. The velocity's up. They'll almost have a little run.
One thing about Bryant, though, he has tremendous power to all fields, not just a pull hitter.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Soler with a lead at second, and Matz to the plate.
And there's a good sign of confidence for Steven Matz on the mound, or a lot of respect for Chris Bryant. 3-2 curveball.
They're at first and second with nobody out here in the 4th. Dan Worthen, Mets pitching coach, on his way to the mound.
Well, this will be a mechanical issue. Watching in the last couple of batters, Matz has been flying open, so he'll try to get him to stay closed a little more, get that ball down. He's missing up with a lot of his fastballs.
Keep in mind this, too, about this Chicago Cubs team. They didn't hit for a high average in the regular season. They do hit home runs. They're number 5 in the National League with 171 of them. And you think back to Game 3 of the division series against the Cardinals. After they used small ball in Game 2 to tie the series, they hit 6 home runs in that Game 3 to take the series lead. They've got guys up and down that order who can put the ball in the seats, including the guy who's at the plate right now, Anthony Rizzo.
Veteran right-hander Cologne up in the bullpen for the Mets.
And both of Rizzo's home runs in the NLDS were off left-handed pitching.
Rizzo went deep 31 times in the regular season, knocked in 101. And Matz jumps out ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. You see Cologne there. If you're wondering what the deal is with that Jonathan Herrera, who's not on the roster but is in uniform, and the helmet he is wearing in the Cubs dugout, I'll get to that in just a second. Line drive, base hit up the middle. Soler is going to be held up at third. The bases are loaded with nobody out.
Well, his last time up, he started with a breaking ball. This time, a fastball in, a high breaking ball that hung, a fastball right down the middle, maybe a little cutter. But in his short professional stay in the major league so far for Matz, number 3 and 4 hitters, hitting .379 off him.
They're jazzed up here at Wrigley now. 6-0 game, but the bases loaded with nobody out. And here's Castro. Line drive into the glove of right at third. What a play. You cannot hit a ball any harder.
Picks from the first pitch, lines it right, reacts to it, catches it. No one doubled off. You can't afford to be doubled off on a line drive here.
Well, you can't see it, and David couldn't see it, but if he had looked at first base, he had Rizzo about halfway to second. But boy, on that kind, it dazes you for a while. Hit so hard.
Still a Cub on every base. Now with one out. And here's Schwarber. Breaking pitch over 0-1. Yeah, the deal with that helmet with the hands on it, that's been a rallying cry for the Cubs all year long. Guys putting their hands on there, and there was a Cubs fan in Jacksonville who made that.
Needed now more than ever.
Inside. Ball and a strike.
Schwarber lined to the warning track his first time off of Matz. What a fastball.
One ball, 2 strikes to the Cubs left fielder. Chance to make a dent in a 6-0 deficit. On the ground to first. Duda will take it himself. The run will score. Cubs are on the board. It's 6-1.
Yeah, breaking ball right here. Puts the ball in play. Gets a run across and advances 2 other guys to second and third.
Boy, if you're the Cubs, though, you will be disappointed if you get out of this inning only scoring a single run. No crooked numbers in this series.
It's up to Javier Baez, who bats with runners at second and third. First time Matz has had any trouble here at Wrigley. Big cut, 0-1. I'll tell you what, that ball gets by David Wright. Makes this inning very interesting, and Baez still has a chance to make something happen.
This can't always happen, Cal, for young hitters, but you got to remind yourself, just a base hit here. Get your team nibbling away to get cut into that lead.
There's a tendency to want to get it all back at once.
Yeah.
Put together good at bats. Turn the bat over to the next guy. Keep the line moving. Rizzo took a couple of good swings, but then cut his swing down, lined it into center field. Big at bat for Baez here. Just a single, just a base hit. You don't need a home run.
in the air. Will it stay playable? And Flores makes the play for the third out. He's stuck with that and had to navigate a chair and into the Cubs bullpen to end the inning. The Cubs get one. That's it. Milestones presented by Jim Beam. Drink smart. Lucas Duda was the last guy to appear on full screen graphics in this series, and when you talk about the New York Mets offense, he had really been struggling. But how about a 5 RBI night here in game 4, and the Mets with a 6-1 lead as we head to the 5th. For more records and milestones, go to BleacherReport.com.
Nobody to drive in this time, maybe except himself.
Doing his damage with 2 outs and 2 strikes in both at bats. The 3-run homer in the first, 2-run double in the second. Well, if you're the Cubs, you got to keep chipping away, and that was a chance to do more than chipped in the 4th. On the ground, and that'll be easy for Starlin Castro. 1 down.
It's got to be disheartening for the Cubs offense. It's got to be uplifting for Steven Matz. Bases loaded, no outs. You're expecting to give up more than just 1. One's a victory.
Anybody else think he looks like Rory McIlroy from the profile?
Very good. Good call.
Thanks, kid. Travis d'Arnaud takes outside 1-0.
The most famous Met to wear 32 was a great left-handed pitcher, John Matlack. So they take him looking like John Matlack on the mound for his career. But Rory McIlroy, I like it.
Did Roy throw 96?
On the ground, easy for Rizzo. 2 down. The Matz punt. Follow the postseason right from your phone with Team Stream by Bleacher Report. Get the latest MLB news, scores, and highlights all in the palm of your hand. Download Team Stream on the App Store or Google Play today. It's a great site. Get on it if you haven't tried it. Bleacher Report. Michael Conforto. Cuts through that offering from Clayton Richard. 0-1. Conforto, the guy who was at the plate last night in a tie game. Swing and a miss. And it's strike 3, and it got away from Montero, and Cespedes scored.
Only 1 at bat against the right-hander. Hamill now has faced Wood and Richards, the left-hander. 14 at bats during the regular season against left-handed pitching for Conforto.
He's platooning not because he can't hit lefties. Just Terry feels it's unfair having not had him against lefties. But if he starts against the righty and lefty comes in, he lets him go.
1, 2, 3, top of the 5th. We go to the bottom. 5-run game. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything Goodyear has learned making tires that go the distance inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. Bottom 5 at Wrigley. Austin Jackson. A hefty cut. Nothing to show for it. 0-1. First action Austin Jackson has seen in this series. He did play 3 games and make a start against the Cardinals in the division series. And is looking for his first hit of this postseason. He's 0 for 7 with 4 strikeouts. And he took 3 pitches from Steven Matz and heads back to the Chicago dugout.
All fastballs, the final one on the inside corner. Maybe a little cutter as he gets on the outside of that baseball, runs it in on Jackson.
That's a good shot right there, seeing him getting just a little on the outside of it, creating a break that comes into Austin Jackson.
The walk-up music for David Ross, the 38-year-old, was Forever Young. He hits with 1 out here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. In the right field, Curtis Granderson drifting, 2 down. Follow every pitch of the postseason with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Stay connected with highlights, replay reviews, scores, pitch tracking, live radio broadcasts, and more. Download the At Bat app today. Back to the top of the Chicago Cubs order, and Dexter Fowler.
He's got the potential to get out of this inning with very few pitches.
Pitch count at 72. We were saying before, 85 or so pitches is going to be Matz's limit.
One-0 changeup.
That's in the air behind first, and there is Murphy, and nobody's going to catch it. Murphy and Granderson were there. It fell in between them.
Well, you could tell on the fly ball to Granderson before that, the wind was playing with it a little bit and bringing it back and carrying it. No doubt the ball was coming back and going a little deeper than everyone thought.
This is a play that if you're not used to playing at Wrigley Field, when the ball goes up over the roof, when it starts to come down, it'll blow back into the field. So most of the time you're taught to go to the stands and work your way back. Not here. You kind of take your time getting over there. It's going to come to you.
It's almost like what a catcher does when he turns around for a pop fly. The ball comes back to him down each line. You have to be aware of that when you're tracking that ball.
Well, let's see if Chicago can take advantage of that. Remember in the Toronto series, you saw Bautista Goins with a breakdown in communication on a ball that fell into shallow right. This was more a windblown situation. The ball just fell fair.
The problem you have is that the Cubs came into this series, they're going to play loose and easy. But Fowler's got to show some hustle. He's got to be on second base on a pop-up like that.
Into center field, base hit. Fowler will stay at second.
So, of course, the way baseball works is if you don't take the extra base, the Cubs would have had another run now on that base hit by Soler.
The ball had some hang time, and he's just assuming it's going to be caught. He's really fast, and if he runs from the first minute and he sees the ball going up, he gets to second base easily.
Terry Collins going to go to the bullpen. We're going to see a double switch. See Kirk Neuenhuis will be making his first appearance of this series. Heading out to left. Steven Matz departs. The ageless one, Bartolo Colon, on in relief.
Copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
4 2/3 innings of work for the rookie from Long Island, Steven Matz. The 2 runners on base are his responsibility as 42-year-old Bartolo Colon enters here in the 5th.
He pitched in 3 straight games in the NLDS against the Dodgers. Games 2, 3, and 4. Kirk Neuenhuis in left field on the double switch. Conforto out.
Bryant on the season was a good 2-out RBI guy. Had 48 RBIs with 2 outs. That's 3rd in the majors.
Cubs lead from 1st and 2nd, and Bryant takes outside.
Colon, when he's on, has impeccable control. Great sinking movement on his fastball. Usually throws mostly fastballs. Maybe in relief, might use his slider more against the right-handed hitter Bryant.
Paul Emmel threw up the right hand, strike 2. A ball and 2 strikes.
42 years old, 84% fastballs. Remarkable.
Second straight inning. Cubs with a scoring opportunity. They got 1 in the last inning. And it could have been more. David Wright made a great play on a line drive by Castro. And then Matz pitched around the rest of the trouble. Matz is now out. Colon on. And a 2-2 count to Chris Bryant.
Colon, 42 years old, never had pitched in relief in the postseason until that NLDS.
Three and 2.
Bartolo's content, trying to live out there on the outside edge, bring that 2-seamer back to the outside corner. Brian wants to bring him over the middle of the plate to where his power is.
You really feel, though, this is their shot to get back in it. Right here.
And he struck him out. Bartolo Colon out of the Mets pen, dousing the fire. We head to the 6th. '15 National League Championship Series coverage on TBS is presented by Exxon and Mobil. Top half of the 6th, zipping right along here at Wrigley. And Trevor Cahill.
Well, he was right in the middle of all that action that you were talking about earlier, Ernie. Throwing that breaking ball that Montero could not block. Went to the backstop. Cespedes scored, and that was the go-ahead run for the Mets in last night's ball game.
Wilmer Flores will lead it off. 4th Chicago pitcher of the night. Jason Hamill started and didn't last long, an inning in the 3rd. As New York came out with 4 in the 1st, 2 in the 2nd. I'll say this about that play last night too, and Miguel Montero, he wore it. You know, after the game, they were asking about it, and he said, I blocked the first 2. I know what Cahill's ball is going to do. And he said, trying isn't good enough. And he owned it. Three balls, 1 strike. To left, Schwarber. It's going to get past him and go all the way to the wall. This one's not going to get stuck in the ivy. Flores around second. On his way to third and in standing.
3-1 sinker right here over the middle. Flores does a nice job. It's a bullet. Schwarber doesn't quite read it again. Comes diving in, just comes up short.
One of the things about playing a defensive position is also knowing the time when to dive for a ball or to play it on a hop and keep the runner at first base. Those are things that he's still learning.
Cubs in on the grass as Neuenhuis had to skip out of the way. 1-0.
When to take a chance and when not to. Experience gives you a good idea of what you can do, but also situations tell you what's better not to do.
2 balls and no strikes now to Neuenhuis.
Soler made that mistake as well to right field.
Both on Flores hitting the ball.
Neuenhuis made Mets history this year, becoming the first Met ever to hit 3 home runs in a home game. You could have given a lot of folks a lot of shots at naming the first guy who was going to do that, and his name probably would not have come up when you consider the way the season started. He was with the Mets, went 3 for 38, designated for assignment, traded to the Angels. He went 3 for 22 there, claimed off waivers again by the Mets. And he had that gigantic day when he hit 3 at Citi Field. And then about 2 weeks, 17 days later, Lucas Duda did it.
Broke the ice.
A bullet to first. Rizzo made a great play. Held the runner. Got the out.
Boy, nice play by Rizzo. Ball hit right on the nose. 90 feet away.
Rizzo no doubt remembering the play last night on a ball hit not nearly that hard, and his first move was to get the out at first and then the throw to the plate too late to get Daniel Murphy.
Well, there were no outs, so the Mets did not have the contact play on there, which makes total sense.
And they might be discussing that right now, is that this is a good time to put the contact play on. And the contact play is taking a chance. You're getting a little bit bigger lead. You're getting a nice walking secondary lead. And any ball that is made contact, you should be moving on. So any line drive to the infielder should double you up here. And the logic is, if it's just to the right or left of any of the infielders, you got a chance to score.
Well, Grandy's been unbelievable with a runner on third and less than 2 outs. He's driven in the runner 88% of the time.
3 Cubs on the right side. Pitch inside, 1-0.
This time Chris Bryant is playing close to third base, so Flores doesn't get a bigger lead off third. Flores, though, not a lot of speed, not the Cespedes speed.
Hit to the right side. Baez makes a nice play and gets Granderson. Runner had to hold. 2 down.
Now, if the contact play was on, he'd have made that. They were making the ball go through, reading, and putting the confidence in Curtis being able to drive that run in.
Castro looking like he fell on his right elbow.
Ball gets there in a hurry, and yeah, you see Castro with the dive, and Baez, who gloved it.
Baez got him with his leg. See, his right leg came by and kicked the right arm of Castro.
He first hits the left arm right here. Let's see what happens to the right arm.
Well, we might have got him spiked on the end of the elbow.
Castro flexing the arm out there at second. And now 2 down, and the runner still at third. Here's David Wright.
I'm guessing part of that dive was on the dirt infield, and the right arm might have got a little scrape on it.
On the ground to third, and Bryant throws across. Scoring opportunity goes by the boards for the Mets. Still 6-1. Wednesday night, Wrigley Field, Game 4 National League Championship Series here on TBS. So glad you're with us, folks, as we watch the Mets and the Cubs. Bottom half of the 6th inning in a 6-1 game. But the Cubs over the last 2 innings have had chances to whittle down that deficit. They loaded the bases in the 4th, nobody out, and only got 1 run out of it.
This seems like a matchup that would favor Rizzo, but he's 0 for 6 against Colon.
They had him at first and second in the 5th and did not score. Rizzo fouls that back. Pedro Strop, as the parade from the Cubs bullpen will continue. On the ground to first. Duda gobbles that up for the first out.
So make that 0 for 7.
Share your play ball moments on Twitter and Instagram using hashtag playball for a chance to be seen by millions of fans. MLB will retweet and regram some of the best moments on the official MLB social channels. Starlin Castro at the plate. And that was a key play last time he was at the plate, because he hit an absolute seed down there at third, and David Wright went high to spear it with the bases loaded. That ball gets by. We're in a little bit of a different situation right here. That ball is launched to left. Keep your eye on it. Foul ball.
Fastball in, just a little quick by Castro.
Here comes the 0-2. Just reached out and stayed alive. Castro struck out in the 2nd, first time in this postseason that he's done that. Had that line out to right in the 4th. And he bats with nobody on, 1 out here in the 6th. And the Cubs down 6-1 and facing elimination. See how close that came to nipping the pole here at Wrigley.
I keep thinking about the line drive that Wright jumped to his left to get. That still probably gets in the corner for an extra base hit.
Colon's looking at that mound. That's about the 3rd or 4th time that he has slipped.
Got a few different pitchers.
The 1-2 tapped to short. Flores guns him down. 2 up, 2 down here in the 6th.
Well, anyone who plays in a 40-over league, this has got to be their favorite player, Bartolo Colon.
He's pretty amazing. 85% fastballs. He doesn't throw as hard as he used to.
Only thing missing for Colon, for the 40 and over guys, is he doesn't go to the cooler after the game.
Do we know that for sure?
Well, that's true. That's true. I don't know that for sure.
There's Schwarber facing Colon, who made 33 starts this year. 14 and 13. 18 big league seasons. He gave up more hits than any other pitcher in the National League. 217. Still got that big league savvy. And he gets outs.
I get asked by people all the time, how does he do it? He does it by movement. He has a great ability with finger pressure to move the ball, sink it, ride it. Occasionally will throw, if in a hitter's situation, take a little off a fastball.
Yeah, that was 81 miles an hour, so I'm guessing that was the changeup. Got him out in front.
See, Ron, that's exactly the answer I was looking for the other night when I asked Iron Man. I said, how does this guy still get it done at 42? And of course, Cal's answer was, I don't know. I only played till I was 41. That's exactly the answer I was looking for, Ron. How does Cologne still get it done?
But Cal's is much funnier than mine.
Yeah, oh, I know, yes. Yeah.
You need to say, Ron, how does he get it done?
2 balls, 2 strikes.
I mean, to put it in perspective, we've seen all the young pitching for the Mets. So Noah Syndergaard, we've seen him throw 100 miles an hour. Cologne at times can reach 92. So that means Syndergaard in 20 years has only got to lose 8 miles off his fastball.
He's got to learn how to make the ball run and move as much as Cologne. That is amazing to me.
He won't be playing until he's 42.
He'll
own a town at somewhere in 42.
He'll need to put on a few LBs as well. Here's the pitch inside to Schwarber. He draws a 2-out walk.
Well, that was one of those cases that even in a 6-1 game, it looks like he didn't pitch around him, but he was going to be careful with him because Baez has had some issues in this series.
You mentioned pitch selection a little bit with the young guys. But there's a rhyme or reason for Bartolo. He knows who he wants to get out and knows who he has to be careful with.
Outside to Baez, 1-0.
Problem with Baez, though, and everyone else in this lineup for the Cubs, they all have such tremendous power. Anytime they can attack you.
In the air to center. Lagares on and makes the catch. And that'll do it for the Cubs in the 6th. We move to the 7th at Wrigley. T-Mobile wants you to share your passion, be a part of the Big Seventh. Post your photos and videos with hashtag the Big Seventh, and you might be featured on TV during Game 4 of the World Series. Seats at the Wrigleyville rooftop right across the street.
Pedro Strop now with a steady parade of relievers for Joe Madden.
Daniel Murphy leads it off. And no, he has not homered tonight. I don't know what's up with him.
He's only got 2 base hits, struggling.
Strop likes to work quickly. Murphy likes to settle in. And so we have an impasse. Ball and a strike as we play here in the 7th. Ooh,
knew that was
inside.
Knew that was coming.
Yep.
I mean, you want to take your time to get in the box and dig in. Well, hang with him. Here it comes.
I was watching David Ross. He was giving his own good time about putting the sign down. Coming back with a slider here, 2-1.
Out in front, 2-2. Strop working in his 3rd straight game in this series. And a full count to Murphy.
Yeah, I agree with David Ross right there. I wanted the fastball in. Strop shook to the slider. Now the count's full.
Well, Ross has seen Murphy hit 2 fastballs away for base hits.
Fastball back in there.
Driven to right center field. Well hit. Back toward the wall, and it's going to be off the wall. Murphy standing at second with his 3rd hit of the night. Thought for a second that maybe, just maybe, he had done it again. He has homered in 5 straight postseason games, which is tied for the most ever. And he put a charge into that one, too.
Well, that ball ran way out over the plate. Missed his spot. Supposed to be in the inside corner. Ran over to the outside corner. Right into Murphy's power.
The scouting report that the Cubs have on Murph will be burned right after this ball game.
If it hasn't already. Here's Juan Lagares, who came into the game when Yoenis Cespedes had to leave with a sore left shoulder. We talked to Terry Collins, the Mets manager. Sam Ryan did between innings earlier in the game, and no real explanation or anything like that. Just said he came in and said his shoulder hurt and he couldn't lift it, and so he was out and Lagares was in.
We had a shot of Cespedes who was rubbing his shoulder, his left shoulder, and I'm sure we'll find out more after the game.
Lagares bunts it, and they throw him out. That thing almost stayed up too long. But Bryant played it on the hop and threw him out. Murphy over to 3rd. Again, no real details on that aside from the fact that it's sore and they took him out.
Well, it could be an explanation why he didn't swing at the high fastball.
Now here's Lucas Duda, who has broken out here in Game 4 of the NLCS. Ross with the block, 1-0.
Veteran Ross with a sweet block behind the plate.
Duda came in with no home runs and 1 RBI this postseason. Hit a 3-run shot in the first. He's knocked in 5 runs. And the Mets lead it 6-1, trying to add on.
Now this is at third base. It's not at first base. And he's holding him on to counter any sort of contact play. In my mind, I don't think that counters it.
Yeah.
You still take a pretty sizable lead, and then you get up really good with the pitch when you're secondary. Normally a right, left, right walk.
Yeah, as soon as the pitcher starts to deliver the ball to the plate, you get that good secondary lead. Murph, of course, was involved in that contact play yesterday when Rizzo tagged the bag and threw home late.
And it doesn't look like there's any sign from Murph that he's actually getting out there far enough to attempt a contact play. So maybe holding him on is actually working.
I don't know. With the lead, the Mets have played aggressive this whole series. Why change now?
I think they missed an opportunity to put that play on with Granderson at the plate. He had a hard ground ball that Baez dove for, which would have plated the run.
That'll be out of play down the left side. 2-2.
By putting that play on, you're not taking the bat out of Duda's hands. He still gets an opportunity to drive the run in.
I mean, you need the strikeout here if you're the Cubs. Duda has been known to swing over the breaking ball in the dirt. That's the pitch that Strope's got to go to.
And Ross has got a block.
Well, Strope in this at bat has thrown a 2-0 breaking ball, a 2-1 breaking ball, and now he's here at 3-2. Might do the same here. Good block by Ross.
Darno, who homered earlier, in the on-deck circle. Duda. Ball 4. They're at the corners with 1 down here in the 7th.
Well, that's not the worst thing that can happen for the Cubs. Duda's on first base. Darno up at the plate. Double play is in play.
Allows for a ground ball for you to get out of the inning.
Darno's home run came in the first, back-to-back with Duda. As the Mets scored 4 times in their first at bat, and that ball caught Darno.
He's holding like it hit him right in the right elbow.
Yeah, the back elbow. Looks like the left wrist. Nope. The right forearm, the right wrist. I don't know, Ronnie. You interpret this one.
Well, I think it caught him in the hands, and that's not a good thing for Darno, who missed some time this year after getting hit in the hand.
Chris Bosio, the Cubs pitching coach, is on his way to the mound. There's nobody loosening in the Cubs bullpen. Kelly Johnson has a bat ready to pinch hit for the Mets with the bases loaded.
Well, This is why the Mets got players like Uribe, who is injured right now, Kelly Johnson, and has made their bench more veteran, more powerful, smarter.
Yeah, Johnson came over and debuted in late July, homered in his first game in the Mets uniform. Began this season in Atlanta, played 62 games there. As Ron pointed out, came over with Uribe. He's 3 for 6 with a home run against Strop, and he bats with the bases loaded. Had a good cut. 0-1. So the New York Mets trying to add on. They lead it 6-1.
If you look at the infield right now, Bryant's in, so he has the option of coming home on a slow hit ball. Rizzo now has moved back behind, and he has basically the only option is to go for 2 here. The first pitch he was in the same depth as Bryant. So you're thinking, if I get a hard hit ball, if you're Bryant, I'm going to go to second base, get the double play. If I have to move in a little bit towards home plate, I'll just take the out at home.
Two balls and a strike.
Always the problem when the ball is hit to the first baseman, is your pitcher going to get over there and be able to make the play if he can't get back to cover.
This is where I used to alter my double play depth. This is where you have to have a double play if you're the defense. So you might shorten up just a little bit.
Line foul.
So you can turn a couple of the weaker ground balls maybe into double play balls.
Good career numbers for Kelly with the bases loaded.
I'd say. 333.
Murphy at third, Duda at second, Darno at first, and Johnson waits. There is Addison Reed getting loose for the New York Mets.
Johnson's hitting for Cologne, so Reed will be in the ball game. They'll try to go Reed, Clippard, Familia.
Since those 2 crooked numbers early, the Mets haven't been able to push a run across since.
And Kelly Johnson goes down swinging for out number 2. Big strikeout by Strop.
Good slider by Strop. He needed it. Perfectly placed. Down and in. Why that always seems to work with left-handed hitters. They love the ball down and in. So you show it like a pitch they can hit, but he doesn't.
And that brings up Wilmer Flores with the bases still loaded and 2 down. Flores 2 for 2 with a walk. Flores, the guy who hit the ball past Soler last night. It rolled up to the wall and into the ivy and out of view, and created quite the argument. But a ground rule double, and it cost the Mets a run. And tonight went the other way past Schwarber, and it bounced off the wall. This is in the air to right, and this is easy for Soler. They load the bases but do not score. Time to stretch at Wrigley. Let's go inside the booth. Presented by IBM. Ernie Johnson, Cal Ripken, Ron Darling. If you're just joining us, Jackrabbit start for the New York Mets tonight. They get 4 runs in the first, 2 in the second. 6-1 game right now. But there have been opportunities on the Chicago side, Ronnie, and there have been opportunities to pad the lead, which haven't panned out for the Mets.
It's been a strange game. Even though the Mets have seemingly a comfortable lead, it doesn't seem that comfortable because the Cubs have had their chances. And when you don't add on, like the Mets haven't added on, sometimes you get that uneasy feeling that you might have let some runs slip away.
And I think that uneasy feeling happens a little bit more. You've lost Cespedes, some part of your offensive lineup. You haven't scored any other runs. It feels like they're creeping back in the game, even though the score is still 6-1.
Addison Reed is the new Mets pitcher as we move to the bottom half of the 7th. And a strike to Tommy La Stella. Comes off the bench here in the 7th. Got another pinch hitter waiting on deck in Miguel Montero.
Well, this is the one thing that you haven't seen from the Mets is that their starting pitching has gone so deep into ball games. You've been able to get it to Clippard and then Cologne. 7 innings last night from DeGrom. Because Matz only went 4 2/3, you've now seen Cologne. You're going to see Reed. You'll probably see Clippard before you see Familia.
Oh, look out! Foul ball right off Montero.
Right off his helmet, I think. Oh, my God. And he's smiling.
So it's a foul tip. Goes off the mask. And then ricochets over.
Line drive to center field and into the glove of Lagares for the first out. So off the mask of d'Arnaud, off the head of Montero.
So maybe took some of the heat off that foul tip since it went off d'Arnaud first. But still, no laughing matter. Remember, the right-handed hitter Juan Encarnacion's career ended in the on-deck circle when he got hit in the eye.
Montero swings and misses 0-1. Seen a lot of things, but this is this one you don't see very often. I don't know if you've ever seen that off the catcher's mask and off the on-deck hitter's helmet. I mean, look down here, and Dexter Fowler is so darn close.
Hitters never stand where the on-deck circle is. Did you ever notice?
Yeah. I'd stand farther away than closer.
I'd be in the dugout right now.
Wow.
I mean, never saw it really. He didn't move till after it hit him.
Yeah, too fast for him to move out of the way.
Yeah.
Montero goes down swinging. Second out here in the 7th. Great job in the truck, guys. Matt Lipp, Scott Cockrell, and great group of photographers, camera operators who capture all the images here of this Game 4 of the NLCS. Here's Dexter Fowler. To Murphy at second. Addison Reed, well done. 7 innings in the books. 6-1 Mets.
last night in game 1 here, but 3-0 in the post, on the road, beat Kershaw, beat Greinke, and won last night. A lot of good names, great names on that list. Gibson and Koufax heading it.
Fernando Rodney out of the Chicago pen to work the 8th.
We see his numbers with Seattle and Chicago. High ERA for Rodney. Had 2 48 save seasons. One with Tampa Bay for Joe Madden and one for Seattle.
He's like Jason Hamill, has played for Joe Madden in Tampa Bay. Now here in Chicago, and he faces Kirk Neuenhuis. Tommy La Stella is at second for Chicago, and Starlin Castro has moved from second to short. Neuenhuis been at the plate once tonight. Hit the ball well to first, but Rizzo made the play on it. Montero behind the plate has shaken the cobwebs. He was darn lucky.
Yes.
With no reaction time back there. Lucky the ball hit him in the helmet.
Rodney's very unique. Fastball in the upper 90s and a changeup down in the low 80s. That's a big range to cover. Almost 20 miles an hour in some of his splits.
And he strikes out Neuenhuis to start the 8th.
That was that changeup you were talking about, Cal.
82 miles an hour on that changeup. You got to gear it up for the fastball, but you got to slow it down for the changeup. And when he has this control, you can see why he was so effective saving games.
Now Curtis Granderson comes to the plate for the 5th time tonight. He got it all started in the first. The single the other way, stole a base. He was aboard when Duda unloaded the 3-run homer, which was followed by a d'Arnaud solo back-to-back. 4-run first, and the Mets were off and running. Added 2 more in the second. And Chicago, although they've had opportunities, unable to cash in aside from scoring 1. Granderson takes a strike.
Lucas Duda driving in 5 of the 6 runs. Back-to-back home runs with Duda and d'Arnaud.
One ball, 2 strikes. You think back to the opportunities the Chicago Cubs had in this game. Scored 1 in the 4th. They had him loaded. And that line drive to third that David Wright made the play on. You never know if that Castro ball gets down in the corner. Keeps that inning going. Keeps the line moving, and Granderson strikes out for the 2nd out. And don't forget about Bartolo Colon, who comes on in the next inning after they chase Steven Matz and strikes out Bryant.
Well, that was the key, is that if Castro's ball goes down the line, they've scored a couple of runs, but when Colon came in, there was a 1-1 pitch. He got the call on a lone away strike that changed the whole at bat, and he ended up striking out Bryant.
You could almost read Joe Madden's face that every time I needed that pitch, it's gone against. Feels like it's a little outside of your control. Unlucky on the Castro line drive. And what would have happened if the at bat flips to 2-1 in that count right there for Bryant?
David Wright 0 for 3 with a strikeout. He did walk and score in the 2nd.
A lot of flames here, Ernie. You're missing them. 95, 96, 97.
You're my flame counter over there.
Okay.
These days, wear yourself out trying to count that.
We've had a lot of pitches, 95 plus in this series.
For those Cubs fans, and you see them, 97 win season.
To me, that's the same pitch that was called on Bryant, not called here against Wright.
Sometimes the difference is how it's presented, how it's caught. Darno does a really nice job on the low pitch. I think has gotten quite a few of those by his technique alone.
Upcoming schedule is presented by State Farm. If they need a game 5, it would be tomorrow here at Wrigley. It would also mean that tonight you will have witnessed one incredible comeback late. Blue Jays and Royals in the ALCS heading to a game 6 in Kansas City after Toronto stayed alive.
Yeah, if we're working a game tomorrow, we'll have seen an historical game. That's what these Cubby fans would like to see. Never come back from 4 or more runs in a postseason. Is that what you said?
This is true. Murphy takes outside. Well, ho-hum. 3 for 4.
Interesting. David Wright was getting kind of a walking lead over there, thinking of going there because Ronnie wasn't paying attention to him.
Murphy popped to third his first time. Couple of singles and a double off the ivy his last time in the 7th. A 1-1 in the air, deep right center field. That ball is gone. Daniel Murphy has homered in 6 straight postseason games. Nobody's ever done it before. This stuff.
Ray Bradbury, science fiction. It's not really happening. Can't be.
Unbelievable.
There's the 3rd out. Mets dugout buzzing. Wrigley Field in stunned silence. And Daniel Murphy, otherworldly in this postseason. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything Goodyear has learned, making tires that go the distance, inspires what they roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven. We're all shaking our heads over here. Those guys have their heads buried in their hands. We're just shaking our heads over what we've seen from Daniel Murphy in this postseason and in this series.
And the look on the faces of his own teammates, it's like they're in disbelief. We've never seen anything like this.
We're in Chicago. I just think of Michael Jordan shrugging his shoulders that one game. What am I supposed to do? I'm hot.
Can't help myself. Just one of those zones.
I know I can't describe that zone.
I've never been to that zone myself.
Tyler Clippard is the fourth Mets pitcher. Now an 8-1 game. Two and two to Soler, who leads it off in the bottom half of the eighth. Saying before, a 97-win season in a very tough National League Central where the Cardinals won 100 and the Pirates won 98. That ball's well hit into left, into the corner, and Soler is at second. His second double of the night, his third hit. He's 3 out of 4. Got the StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services. An historic home run for Daniel Murphy. Homering in the 6th consecutive postseason game. Something no one has ever done. Now here's Chris Bryant. Bryant had a big at bat his last time in the 5th. Couldn't deliver as Bartolo Colon struck him out with a couple of guys on, and the Cubs at the time trying to make some noise, trying to chip away.
They didn't go away just because they fell behind. They kept battling back and they had some chances. Just couldn't get the big hit at the right time.
Well, coming into this series, the Cubs who clubbed 10 home runs against the Cardinals. In this series against the Mets, Daniel Murphy has 4 home runs. The Cubs have 3.
And all solos. Still not a crooked number on the scoreboard
for the Cubs. You're right.
The Cubs.
All series long.
Two balls, 1 strike. And 3-1.
Reed had a nice 7th inning. A little struggle here for Clippard.
And there's a stirring down there in the New York bullpen. Jonathan Neese. Took something off way out in front. 3-2.
Boy, that has been the theme of this for Mets pitching, hasn't it? Whenever they've gotten a hitter's count, they've been able to throw their secondary pitches for strikes.
And it seems like it's most unlikely you're going to throw a changeup. They do.
That ball is drilled, and I mean that is long gone by Chris Bryant. Well, Bryant with the answer to the Murphy home run.
There's that crooked number they've been looking for.
I think he comes back with another changeup. And this time it didn't surprise him.
Again, a 5-run game. 8-3, nobody out. Anthony Rizzo takes a strike from Clippard.
You get the feeling that Terry Collins was not going to try to use Familia tonight.
Well, I don't think he's going to use him. I think he's going to use him in the 9th. He feels like he's got a big enough lead, but he's not going to have too much of a tether for Clippard.
He's ahead of the Cubs cleanup hitter. A ball and 2 strikes. Rizzo 1 for 3. He was part of that 4th inning rally when they loaded the bases and only scored once. That's down in the dirt. 2-2.
Boy, if you're Fernando Rodney, you're probably kicking yourself thinking, you know, you have Lagares behind Murphy because of the injury to Cespedes. You know, not that you're going to intentionally walk him, but you could have pitched really careful to Murphy. But Bryant matches that 2-run home run here.
That will be out of play down the left side. Stays 2-2. Clippard to the plate. Line drive right field. Granderson right there. Hit that ball well for the first out. Still energized here at Wrigley. Still hoping for a miraculous finish in what is an elimination game. And here's Starlin Castro. Castro hit one of the hardest balls of the night. David Wright made a great play on it in the 4th inning. Came with the bases loaded. Guys, you think about what happens if this ball gets past Wright into left. That was a seed. Bases loaded. They would score once that inning. There's the big horse, Familia.
A couple of breaking balls from Clippard. Deviating away from his fastball changeup.
Well, the changeup hit out by Bryant for a 2-run home run. It was a changeup to Rizzo that he hit on the line to right field.
Just did get a piece. Stays 0-2. Castro 0 for 3. 2 for 15 in the series. Started tonight at second base, has since moved over to short. Position where he's been a 3-time All-Star. On the ground, Wright cuts it off and throws on the run and got him. David Wright covering a little ground to his left.
Nice play. He's got to cut this ball off. Makes a nice throw on the run. And again, Duda over there with a long stretch. Good footwork. There's a good margin for error when you have a good first baseman that can stretch left and right and reach up. That's a big target to throw to.
Up high to Kyle Schwarber. 2 runs in here in the 8th. 2 out. Nobody on. Schwarber's had his troubles tonight defensively. In fact, the last couple of nights here at Wrigley. Did homer in Game 3.
Lippert here in the 8th inning doing all the heavy lifting, having to get through the big part of the lineup.
Soler greeted him with a double. Bryant hit a ball that may have stopped rolling by now. 2-run shot. And it's 8-3. Talked about some of the prodigious home runs that Schwarber has hit, including in the division series. It landed on top of the big board in right field. He strikes out there to end the 8th. The Cubs are down to their last 3 outs. The Mets can smell the World Series. 2015 National League Championship Series coverage on TBS is presented by Exxon and Mobil. Well, we move to the top half of the 9th inning. New York Mets closing in on the World Series. They lead 8-3, and Hector Rondon comes out of the pen and faces Lucas Duda, who's had himself a night. 3-run bomb in the first, 2-run double in the second.
Well, depending on the severity of the injury to Cespedes, behoove Duda to get it going, be a bigger part of this lineup.
He can get hot and carry the offense all by himself.
Murph doesn't even know what to make of it. Scratching his head and his beard.
I wouldn't want to take a break if I was him.
I was going to say, you got to wait till next Tuesday to start the World Series.
It's a lot of time to think about it.
Line drive into the gap. That's going to roll to the ivy. And Duda pulls into second. A home run and 2 doubles, 5 runs batted in for Lucas Duda.
Just a rocket. Shift skips in the gap.
Shift doesn't work if you're hitting 115 miles an hour off the bat.
This from a guy who was 1 for 6 in the series, 3 for 24 in the postseason. Darno to La Stella. 1 down.
Yeah, not much Duda could do on that. Looks like the line drive might carry all the way. Second base, he had to freeze, but by the time he realized it was hopping, he would have been out at third.
Michael Kadire will pinch hit here in the 9th. Longtime Minnesota Twin, batting champion with the Colorado Rockies. And some have given up the ghost. Rondon rushing it up there at 96, and he's ahead, a ball and 2 strikes.
But just like last night's game, Joe Maddon has had to use his best relievers behind in the game.
Seven, 8, 9 spots are due in the bottom half of the 9th for the Cubbies. They are going to need traffic and a chance to get back there to the engine room of that lineup again, and the Bryants and the Rizzos of the world. Two balls, 2 strikes, and here it comes. And Kadire goes down swinging.
Wilmer Flores has played quietly very well at shortstop. Contributed with the bat and made some really nice plays at short.
There was some concern, right, when Tejada went down to the Utley slide. Could Flores handle the defensive part and offensive part of postseason?
Trying to get out of the way and fouls that away. And they're into the Mets bullpen, where again Jeurys Familia looks ready to go. No balls, 2 strikes to Wilmer Flores. And that missed. Never think with a team that has the power that the Chicago Cubs have, they'd find themselves in Game 4 of a series having never led in the series. On the ground to Chris Bryant. That does it in the 9th. The Cubs need a miracle 9th. They're down 5 in Game 4. Bottom half of the 9th inning. The New York Mets 3 outs away from advancing to the World Series. And they call on Jeurys Familia, who's been near perfect.
Franchise record for saves blown away now by Familia. It was 3. He's got 5 this post. Mets have done it with a balanced attack here in this NLCS. 7 home runs, 7 stolen bases.
Given up just 2 hits in his 8 2/3. 5 strikeouts and a walk. Cubs need 5 to tie. Well said, young man. Well said. Here's Chris Coughlin. Look out.
Coughlin got the start in game 2 against Syndergaard. His first at bat, robbed by Granderson of a home run.
Good fastball hitter, short little stroke.
That's a split finger there from Familia. Sinking fastball at 95 plus. Razor blade slider to go along with a split finger.
At 94.
The 1-2 from Familia. That's on the ground to Murphy. 1 out in the 9th. Stay tuned after the game for the postseason show on TBS presented by the Lincoln Motor Company. Casey and the gang standing by. All the post-game reaction. No, Ron and Cal, I mean, few teams in the history of this great game have as colorful a history as the Chicago Cubs. At times a very frustrating history, obviously. This series had nothing to do with Billy Goats or Bartman or Back to the Future. It had to do with one team simply outplaying another in every facet of the game.
Yeah, it was pitching, power pitching, refined power pitching.
Murphy will field that off the glove of Familia, and that's 2 down.
I mean, this Chicago Cubs team is a good team.
That's right.
And I think most people thought they might have been a year away from doing what they've done. 97 wins. Because over the last 4 games is not reflective of who they are. It's really reflective of how well New York has pitched and how well the Mets have played.
Against the mighty Cardinals, they had 10 home runs. They weren't able to get untracked against the Mets. But 97 wins, 101 if you're including the postseason. They're well on their way to being a good ball club for a long time.
You saw that shot from New York where they are primed to celebrate. Montero takes 1-0. This is the 9th postseason game in this run for the New York Mets, beating the Dodgers in 5, trying to sweep the Cubs, and it's the 8th game in which Familia has appeared. 1 ball, no strikes. 2-0.
He's really turned out to be a valuable piece in the back of that bullpen. Not only being able to close out 3 outs, but proving he can close out a game with 6 outs.
Top step time for everybody in that New York dugout.
Well, he's a guy last year that went multiple innings as a setup man. That was going to be his job out of spring training this year. The suspension of Mejia pushed him into the closer role, and he hasn't stopped being excellent for 7 months.
And they are a strike away. Cespedes left the game with a sore shoulder, and he is in full celebration mode, the goggles in place.
Baseball gods are rumbling.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Montero waiting on Familia. Inside, count full. Young Syndergaard and the veteran Cologne. 3-2. Tried to check his swing, and he did. 2-out walk for Montero.
Well, Familia has had a couple of sporadic walks, but in the postseason, hitters are 2 for 30 off him. I think that's one of those that you don't want a game in the postseason, the NLCS, to end on a check swing.
I think the Mets would take it.
Yes, they would. Yes, they would.
Here's Fowler. There's a strike 0-1.
I didn't get to see the best angle on that, but it looked like it was pretty close.
There goes Montero. That pitch inside. How did it not hit Dexter Fowler? Went right through him. A ball and a strike. And again, a strike away. Fowler at the plate, off of Fowler, and it stays 1-2. Chris Bryant, the likely Rookie of the Year in the National League.
I mean, the Cubs could have the Manager of the Year, Rookie of the Year, Cy Young Award winner.
That's why they're good.
Yes.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Fowler waiting. Checked his swing. And again, Mark Wegner said he didn't go. 2-2. Mark Wegner said he's not getting me to do that.
Yeah. In front of these folks? I don't think so.
The 2-2 pitch. Up and away. 3-2. Jorge Soler's had a big night. He's waiting on deck if Fowler can keep it going.
Good swing and a high fastball there.
How about a battle here with Fowler? 8 pitches. 20 for the inning for Familia. He retired the first 2. Ground balls to Daniel Murphy. He walked Montero. and strike 3 called. They haven't been to the World Series since 2000, and the Mets are on their way back. At McFadden's, far from last call.
Of his team.
Daniel Murphy. It's been a postseason for the ages. He's already done something nobody's ever done in Major League history, and that's homer in 6 straight postseason games. As the Mets sweep the Cubs in the National League Championship Series.
Well, the Mets decided here in the middle of October to play the best baseball they've played all season long. A brand of baseball with home runs, 7 in this series, stolen bases, 7 in this series, and pitching that is even hard to describe how good it was, how young it is.
Yeah, Ronnie, you get to see them all the way through the season, so you saw the ups and downs. I got a chance to see them sporadically, but you couldn't be more impressed with the polish on the young starters. The miles per hour got you giddy looking at it, but it was the change-ups and the breaking balls and their ability to keep the Cubs' powerful home run offense down. Really impressive, and Familia is really impressive.
Terry Collins, all those games, Ronnie, that it took him to make it to the postseason.
1,688, Ernie. And his first chance in the post, he's going to the World Series.
Jacob deGrom with his 3 wins on the road in this postseason.
It's a great reaction.
Yeah, and Curtis Granderson, a Chicago native.
Lucas Duda with 5 RBIs in the game, and Familia. You called him the horse, Ernie.
Thoroughbred out of that pen.
On his knees, as tall as Darno.
Let's go down to the field. Sam Ryan. Sam.
Lucas, we saw the bear hug from your manager. 5 runs batted in, 2 doubles, a home run to break out a game of this magnitude in the clincher. What was that like for you?
Yeah, it was definitely nice to, get out of this little rut I've been in. But, I mean, Daniel Murphy, what he did tonight again is he's unbelievable. Steven Matz did an awesome job tonight, and the pitching came through. Just elated to be in this position.
And for you, you were actually hitting bombs out of here during batting practice. The home run in the first on the 3-2 pitch there. Did you feel that was coming?
I was just trying to make, solid contact. I was fortunate enough to put the barrel on it, and
to do it here, to go to the World Series with these guys, what is it like with this team, with this group of guys?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. The chemistry in the clubhouse is, it's awesome, just fun to be around. These guys are like 25 of my brothers, so I couldn't be happier for them and our fans. So,
Lucas, congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
New York Mets were 52-50 on the 3rd of July. And they're going to the World Series. It was a red-hot August. The addition of Cespedes, Uribe, Kelly Johnson, moves like that. And this team caught fire. And, man, as you point out, Ronnie, absolutely playing their best baseball when it matters the most.
And they went through some issues, how to take care of their young pitchers, to make sure if they did get in the postseason that they'd be fresh enough to pitch. Fresh enough. They're pitching their best baseball right now.
Let's go back down to Sam.
David, you guys came close in 2006. You didn't get this shirt, though. To do it, or the hat.
Yeah.
To do it this time with this group of guys, what is it like to finally get here?
I mean, this city deserves this. This organization deserves this. The fans deserve it, and this group of guys deserve it. I mean, it's you got to believe. You know, you got to believe. And I can't stop saying it. We're going to the World Series. I mean, this is an incredible feeling. Words can't describe the emotion that's on this field right now. I mean, this is incredible. When you grow up as a kid, you think about playing in the World Series. You're in your backyard with your wiffle ball bat, you know, saying Game 7, full count, bases loaded, and now we get to experience it. I mean, are you kidding me? It just feels too good to be true.
You remember that Game 7. This was a season that was somewhat doubtful for you with a spinal stenosis. You worked so hard to get back to play with this team, a limited number of games for you. Those at home don't see the work that you put in before the games, coming to the ballpark early, the ice on your back after the games. For you, how worth it is all of this?
I mean, are you kidding me? The World Series, I can't describe the emotion and the feeling that's going through me right now. I mean, you know, for me individually, yeah, it's been a long year, it's been a long road, but to be able to taste this, to be able to comprehend that the New York Mets are going to the World Series, I mean, I'd do anything to do that.
You're going and you see how this team transformed throughout the season and even in the postseason. Base running team, you see the starting pitching. How do you sum up what this team has done?
The Miracle Mets, you know, 69 Miracle Mets, the 86, you got to believe. I mean, a combination of both. I mean, this team has so much fight in it. I'm so proud of these guys. I mean, there's so many guys that, you know, we got tested this year. You know, we went through some adversity. You know, we get to the playoffs. You know, we're the underdog against the Dodgers. You know, we beat the Dodgers Game 5. We come here, we're the underdog against the Cubs. You know, we're able to take 4 games against a terrific team. And we just can't wait. We can't wait to start the World Series.
I know you've been waiting a long time for this. Enjoy it, David.
Thanks, Sam.
Back to you.
What a night for the New York Mets as they sweep away the Chicago Cubs in a series in which they never trailed. Just a dominating performance, and every facet of the game, it was in evidence.
Well, I was just wondering, when you look back on it, sometimes you think that they just get there, and sometimes it happens, but they earned it. I mean, they earned their way all the way through. They were the better team. They executed better. They played better. They're going to the World Series because they are the best team.
They're going to the World Series because they got through Kershaw, Greinke, Lester, Arrieta. That's an amazing accomplishment for a team in the postseason.
It has been, as always, a thrill, a pleasure, an honor to work with you two, and to bring everybody at home this National League Championship Series. Still have a post-game show that's going to wrap up tonight. I'm going to go downstairs and be part of this trophy presentation for the New York Mets, who make it a sweep over the Chicago Cubs, 8-3 the final. We congratulate the New York Mets, the 2015 National League champions. For Ron Darling, Cal Ripken, Sam Ryan, Matt Weiner, our entire production and technical crew, Matt Lipp, Scott Cockrell, great job, fellas. This is Ernie Johnson. Following a quick break, we're going to send it over to Casey Stern. See you in a few minutes.
baby, you deserve this. You guys are the unbelievable season. You deserve everything you've got. Tomorrow morning, the bus is going to leave at 10:30 to go to the airport.
Oh my God.
Thursday's off. Friday, we got a noon workout. All right? Enjoy yourselves. I'm so fucking proud of you. I can't say it.
victorious Mets clubhouse, and we have some hardware to hand out. We have Bill Giles, who's the honorary National League president here. Fred Wilpon, who's the chairman of the New York Mets. Congratulations. We'll be talking to you in just a second. Saul Katz, the president of the ball club. Jeff Wilpon is here. Sandy Alderson is here. Terry Collins is here. And so is a guy who had a pretty good series. And I think we'll probably give you a trophy before this is all over, too, Daniel Murphy. But first things first, National League champions. Do the honors, Mr. Giles.
Guys, congratulations. You had an awesome year, and the way you put this team together was amazing. I have never seen so many fine young pitchers in my life. And then you went out and got some offense at the midseason, and I just think it was a great year for you and for all the Mets fans in the world. I'm happy right now to present to you the Warren C. Giles Trophy to the National League champion New York Mets. Heavy.
Thank you very much. Oh, it's
good. It's a good kind of heavy.
It was worth it.
Mr. Wilpon, tell me about this. When you talk about pride of ownership and a night like this, just exactly how does this feel for you?
Well, it obviously feels great, and I just want to thank everybody, my family, Saul, my son Jeff, and everybody else that's here. But I must tell you, I want to thank the players. They have been awesome. Right from spring training, they knew what they wanted to do, and they went out and did it. This group of young men are of the greatest character that I have ever seen on a team. They play for each other, they root for each other, and I'm tremendously proud of them. I also want to just thank our fans. They have been fantastic. There must have been 2,000 fans out there today, and I thank them very much. So let's go to the World Series.
Congratulations on winning the National League. Sandy Alderson, if I could get a word with you about the makeup of this team. And when you make moves like you did to acquire a guy like Yoenis Cespedes, and you get Uribe, and you get Kelly Johnson, and you get Clippard, and you make these tweaks along the way, to watch all of that result in what you saw tonight, describe that for me.
Well, I think it was it's tremendously rewarding for the entire organization. Each of those acquisitions involved a lot of input from a lot of different people and some decisions that ultimately had to be made. I'm very thankful that ownership allowed us to do it. They were very, very supportive, but things don't always work out. These did, and we're tremendously excited, particularly for Mets fans all over the country.
You know what it takes to make a champion. 1989 with the Oakland Athletics. What do you see, characteristic-wise, trait-wise, in this team that might be similar to that team?
Well, there are a lot of young elements to the team. The team has grown up very quickly in the spotlight over the last couple of weeks. So many of our young players have matured, I think, before our eyes, the performances that we've seen. But I think what it boils down to is the kind of leadership that we had among our staff, Terry Collins in particular, the veteran leadership, which included Daniel, Michael Kadire, David Wright, Granderson, Colon, and then the young players who have molded themselves in the sort of the light of our veteran leadership. But as Fred said, we've got great character in the clubhouse, and I think it shone through over the last couple of weeks.
Sandy, congratulations. You talk about Terry Collins, and Terry, come on up here. 1,688 games.
Few.
Yeah, that's a few to get to this point. And so you got to play the full 5 in the first round. You come in here and sweep the Chicago Cubs. I mean, can you even begin to describe what this whole run has been like? And to wait, you're the oldest manager in the big leagues, man. You're 66. You said the other day there is a sense of urgency. I'm 66.
That's right.
What's this night like for you?
Well, it's a tremendous night. You know, and it started 5 years ago when Sandy came on, and knew that he had to rebuild the roster, and he did. Went out and made some big trades. It cost us some real good players, knowing that down the road these young players were going to develop, and you mix them with the tremendous veterans we had with Dan and David, and went out and got some help, and it just meshed. And it's the character, like Fred said, a tremendous clubhouse. These guys are a blast to be around. I try to do my best to stay out of the way and let them play, but I told somebody tonight, I'm going to the World Series for the first time, and the one memory I have when I was a little boy, my mom wrote a note so I could stay home and watch the World Series when I was 12 years old. Now I'm going to be part of it. It's a big thrill.
I know you and I talked the other day about your father, Bud, and at the age of 95, you lost him this year, and you thought about him the night you clinched the National League East. Was he on your mind tonight, on this night?
Today is my mother and father's wedding anniversary, so they were part of Murph's home run. They were kind of blowing on it to get it out of here.
Congratulations. So well-deserved, so hard-earned. Terry, nice going. I'm getting to you in just a second here, Murph, because we have another trophy to hand out, do we not, Mr. Giles?
Some more silverware here. And this young man only hit .529. He had 4 home runs. And I don't know if you know it or not, but you're the first player in Major League history to hit a home run in 6 consecutive postseason games.
I'm as surprised as you are.
So Daniel Murphy, the MVP.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Daniel, we've all been asked, you probably have been asked too, how does this happen? How does a guy get that hot at this time and on this kind of a roll to do something nobody's ever done in the history of baseball, and that is homer in 6 straight postseason games?
I don't know. I wish I could explain it. Sometimes the blessings just flow. I think first I'd like to say that, the coolest thing about this award is that we're going to the World Series as a ball club. Everybody should get a piece of this. I just happen to be the one standing up here. Kevin Long and Pat Rosser have done an unbelievable job with our entire offensive unit. Even when we weren't swinging the bat as well as we wanted to, they kept coming, they kept grinding. Like you've alluded to already, our starting pitching was absolutely unbelievable from start to finish. And we still got some work to do, but we're going to enjoy this one tonight. What a great job by the coaching staff, ownership. This is a lot of fun.
The fact that you've worn one uniform in your career, and the fact that you're going to wear that uniform now into the World Series, when does that sink in, or has it yet?
I don't know if it has yet. I think I'm as excited about that New York Mets uniform as I am the other 24 guys that I'm going to get to share it with. We've already, Fred has already talked about the group of guys that are in there from the first day of spring training, and the high character guys that Sandy and Fred and Saul were able to add at the trade deadline. And they alluded to that, they let him do it. Yoenis Cespedes, Clippard, and all those guys, Kelly Johnson. I'm really excited to be able to share this with them.
World Series starts Tuesday. You're red hot. Are you going to petition that maybe start this thing just as soon as possible?
No, because, the longer you get to hold it off, the longer we get to spend together as a group. And so I'm excited to enjoy this with those guys. I'm excited to see my wife and my son and get a couple of days in New York with them. That's always a blessing. And then we'll be ready for the World Series.
Incredible performance. Congratulations on the award. Congratulations to the New York Mets, the National League champions 2015, heading to the World Series for the first time since the year 2000. We get it back to Casey Stern.
I don't think I'm going to be able to fit this in my bag.